Hi there, and welcome to InfoSec World 2023 in Orlando, Florida. I'm Bradley Barth with the Cyber Risk Alliance and Security Weekly, and my guest with me here today is Ruben Moretz. He is Head of Security at Delete Me. Ruben, thanks so much for joining us today.
Sure,
let's jump right into things. Why might an organization need a service like Delete Me?
Well, your people that you have in your organization are the entry point to all the services and applications you use. So they're an extension of your firewall. So it would make sense to be able to help and reduce the risk associated with those, that threat endpoint, and improve the security for your employees as part of that, of your risk and vulnerability management program. So.
Yeah, well, because it's a funny thing, because you talk about all of these instances where an employee might be phished or socially engineered by someone via email, let's say, but sometimes it doesn't even take the employee to give away information directly to the malicious actor. Sometimes they're doing a good job themselves, giving potential threat actors fodder that they can use for social engineering attacks just from putting their own information online, or in the course of just doing business. Data is collected on them through a series of companies that they interact with online, through data brokers. Right. And so sometimes you don't even need to maybe have direct contact with an employee. You can, a bad actor can find information pretty easily online. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's where we come in. I think that the lines have been blurred since 2020, really, with the hybrid work environment of working from home, to where you don't just go to an office and leave your private life, privacy information at home anymore. It's a collective of the employee, and you don't necessarily know what's out there. So a threat actor can use freely available information on the internet to create a profile of an individual.
Right.
And it's like, when you can create a profile of an individual to understand them, that's a huge risk to an organization and also to the individual. So being able to, have some quantifiable way to reduce that threat, to be able to reduce the exposure of that PII information that's available to those threat actors on the internet.
Yeah.
And also from a consumer standpoint, just to reduce the amount of spam and spam calls that are like really annoying from a consumer standpoint is important. But in the end, it's understanding what's out there. Right. And Delete Me helps do that. It helps mitigate that risk, and it helps the individual. And also CISOs and security teams understand what risks are out there that pose that a vector for attack into your organization. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Just diving into that a little bit further, explain why security teams should care about their employees' personal information. We've already started hinting at it a little bit, that it can be used in a number of nefarious ways. Let's get into some more specific examples.
Well, if I may, you don't have to go far to find breach information on national news, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of even lately this year, there have been some very prominent breaches of organizations, and I'll use, for example, in February, Activision in particular. Activision had a hack that exposed data for their personnel, salary information, home address information, based off a targeted SMS phishing attempt against one of their HR employees.
Yeah.
So if you ask the CISO or someone in that organization, or even the individual, hey, would you be interested in mitigating the amount of personal data available out there, including your phone number and things that could target you for that? Would you do that? I mean, after the fact, obviously, I think the answer is yes. But the point is to be able to get in front of it and to mitigate it, because it's not it's a large piece. It's a giant puzzle.
Yeah.
And each piece of that puzzle contains a little bit of data. And what and what data brokers have done over time through collecting this information with the inability or the lack of action to be able to reduce that exposure is to create this large aggregated data risk, like very deep data analysis that you don't even know is happening, right? So it's important to understand not just individual pieces of information, but how those are collected into a whole to create like a larger risk for the organization. So
and even just as a quick follow-up, I mean, you gave me a great example with Activision. Even if you look more recently with the hack of the MGM resorts in Vegas, that was something where you had threat actors who basically were looking up information about employees through, in this particular case, LinkedIn, but it doesn't necessarily have to be social media. It can be anywhere that you can find information on an employee that you can use to more convincingly impersonate an employee so that then you can pose as that particular person and then perhaps phish an organization or go after maybe an executive or somebody who controls money or something by perhaps you're impersonating a CEO or a CFO and tricking somebody into maybe doing a financial transfer or something. So there's lots of things that you could potentially do with the information that the data brokers make available for each individual person online, right?
Yeah, it's when you look at the big picture, and again, I'll go back to the sort of like the marriage of being in privacy, being at home, being in the workplace. It's all of that information can be collected together. So LinkedIn is a great example. LinkedIn is a collection. They have a collection of like business information that's available to the public. You just have to have an account to log in and view very basic information. And some individuals provide a lot of information as part of their jobs to and that's understandable. But to the extension of that, the personal details of that person's life is out there on the internet somewhere. There's a large amount of PI data associated with that. So you can't just paint a picture of the person as a business professional anymore. You paint that picture of the total life of that person. And that is it's a risk I take seriously. Our organization takes seriously, and we want to reduce that threat landscape for those individuals and for companies that want to not only protect their employees as a valued service, but to reduce the threat landscape for that to be a potential way to have a data exfiltration, hack into their company, and because we don't. That's our that's what's valuable to us. That's what you want to protect: your intellectual property and your data, right?
Absolutely. Ruben, you mentioned privacy, so let's look at privacy from a CISO's perspective for a few minutes. How does privacy protection benefit the CISO specifically?
Oh, well, it's threat and vulnerability management for your people. Because we look at threat and vulnerability management across infrastructure. We don't really think about it, how we do it for your people, and it typically comes directed as an inflow through human resources, right? You do security awareness training. And that security awareness training is typically used to quantify results for reducing risk to your organization, for understanding phishing, smishing, or SMS phishing attempts. So the extension of that is, how do we manage that? How do we reduce that threat, right? Other than just doing training. I mean, you have tools that you look for phishing attempts. But again, going to the home, everybody has a cell phone. They're working from their cell phone. They get phishing attempts, and you deploy tools to do that. But again, going back to collection of information, like the more information someone has on you to create a threat profile, then you can be targeted, right? So I like to see it, the way I view it is, we all understand what a CVE is, right? We understand the importance of keeping track of CVEs and patching on a regular basis based off of the risk associated with that CVE. What if we could apply a CVE to our people? Would you not want to patch that CVE, right? The current way, you don't really patch it. You sort of mitigate it a little bit. There's no way to patch it. So we see it as a way, the service as a way to patch the people CVE, so that's kind of to put it in perspective in terms of how we approach it and how you can look at it from a CISO like management perspective, why you would need it. I feel like that's a good
I like the way you put that. That's a good way of looking at it. As the head of security for Delete Me, have you seen a reduction in social engineering attacks with the Delete Me service?
Oh, certainly. I, as most, I've been in cybersecurity for over 20 years now, right? And building cybersecurity programs in particular for startups. And one thing you see results mostly from either your tools, so you have to monitor them, which is an aggregation of your training. So you want to see like a very high success rate in the amount of like phishing testing that you do for your employees, or SMS phishing through your security awareness training. But you also kind of look at individual reports, because it's like, hey, if you see something, say something. Right? This was a phishing attempt. I got a text from our CEO saying he needed something, a gift card. And being able, you have the tools to be able to see the results of, oh, well, we had this, a certain number of like phishing or SMS phishing attempts reported. We had this number that was blocked from, our appliances and security tools that we have in place. But you start to see a reduction of that over time as more members of your organization. I think it's the longer that you have it there, and the longer that the service like removes data, that footprint off the internet, you start to see a reduction. And I can certainly see it just from my standpoint of working with other organizations over time. The amount of volume based off of our employees, like the number of employees and the volume of those types of attacks that come in, is significantly reduced at Lemi. So I feel very confident in that we have a quantifiable way to show this making a difference, and it gives me confidence.
We have just under 3 minutes, maybe with the remaining time, just for those who maybe still need to be a little bit sold on the idea of, why do I necessarily want some of the information that's publicly out there and available on me on the web? Why do I need to maybe see if I can have that removed or controlled in some manner? Can you just paint a picture as to, in some capacity, just how much information on any one particular individual or employee may be out there, or maybe another way to look at it would be, what might be some of the more surprising or concerning pieces of like data points on a particular employee that might be available out there that you might be like, oh, I didn't really think about that's out there and somebody could use that information against me?
Well, your name, email addresses, aliases, and phone numbers, home addresses, places you shop, marketing efforts, all these could be collected from individual data brokers, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, over time, they get shared to create like a picture of who this person is and what they're doing, where they're shopping, where they're traveling, geolocation data. They maybe use a like a throwaway email account so that you're not recognized, right? Or like another phone number, and you think, this is a sneaky way to hide it. They're not going to be able to tie this into who I am. Yep. You aggregate that, and you see that number associated with an alias email address, like a work email address, right? Or another, your primary address you use for like security, for banking accounts, like things that you use, and then it becomes like a lot different. It's a lot different to look at the scope of that and how that can be used to paint a picture of or to profile the individual for a targeted phishing attack. So, but until you see it, we have this idea that we understand what could be out there, right? Then it's like you don't know. It's like you don't know it, but you should know it, right? It's part of like gaining, and that's one of our core principles in our missions, right? Is to allow the individual to get control of their privacy and their personal information that's on the internet. And then when you see that, like when you see that amount of information that's out there, piece by piece, that has, hey, they know where I shop. They know they can tie my alias email addresses with my primary phone number, with my spouse's phone number, right? Email accounts associated with like schools and organizations that you may be involved with.
Yeah.
Right? All of those are important to understand, and to be able to see them allows you to take action, and I think that's where we fill that gap.
Absolutely. Well put. All right, well, we're going to leave it there, Ruben. Thanks very much, Ruben
Sure.
Moretz, Head of Security at Delete Me. For those that would like to learn more about Delete Me, please visit /Delete Me ISW. From the InfoSec World website. So infosecworld.com/Delete Me ISW. All right. Well, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us, and for everybody else that's watching, please stay tuned for more live and on-demand content from InfoSec World in Florida. Hi, and welcome to InfoSec World 2023 in Orlando, Florida. I'm Bradley Barth with the Cyber Risk Alliance and Security Weekly, back with you with another interview here on the show floor. And my guest sitting next to me is Brian Contos. He is Chief Strategy Officer at asset management company Sevco Security. Brian, thanks so much for being here today. And as always, let's jump right into things. I know you just had a presentation earlier this morning, which I got a chance to view, all on the concept of asset intelligence. So let's start with that. Define asset intelligence. What types of information falls under the category of asset intelligence, and where are some of the biggest gaps for organizations in their asset intelligence?
Sure. So asset intelligence, asset management, chasm, these are terms that have been around for, probably since the beginning of the cybersecurity industry. But when I think of asset intelligence, what I like to do is say, consider your devices, your laptops, your servers, the applications that run on them, the users that interact with them, the vulnerabilities they might have, and that device might be on site, it might be in the cloud, and then correlate that all together. So don't think of an asset as a single machine, think of it as all the interrelated parts that make up that machine and everything it communicates with.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's talk a little bit about what are some of the factors that can make asset management and asset intelligence so difficult for an organization to aggregate and meaningfully interpret.
Yeah, so scale is definitely a big issue today. If we talk about cloud assets and BYOD assets and XIoT assets, in addition to all the apps and identities that fall into the equation, just handling the volume can't be done the way it used to be, which sadly was with spreadsheets and other archaic approaches.
Yeah.
So today, organizations say, well, scale's an issue, but also a big problem is considered deduplication. And if I pull in information from a CrowdStrike and an Automox and a Lumio and Microsoft Active Directory and Tenable and all this, I just say, okay, here's all my assets, I might have massive duplication. Mm-hmm. So deduplication, which then leads to correlation analysis, that's really where people want to get to. And without automated tools, it's almost impossible to get to that point.
Yeah, plus ecosystems are just becoming a lot more complex, right? A lot of organizations using all sorts of different types of devices, endpoints, things like Internet of Things and connected devices make things complicated. The era of BYOD particularly exploding with remote workers, all of that I have to think contributes as well, right?
And that's right, Bradley. And what you find is XIoT devices, whether it's a voice over IP phone, digital door lock, security camera, there's about 3 to 5 of those per employee in an organization. Mm-hmm. So 10,000 employees, 30 to 50,000. That's just things, right? Then we have all the cloud assets that could get spun up and spun down every minute or so. Mm-hmm. All the identities. It's a lot of complexity. Yeah. So what we find at Sevco is being able to boil all that asset information down into what are actually the tangible assets, what are the interrelated parts, and what's their state and presence. And what I mean by that is presence is telling me, yes, I have a security control on this device, I have a patch management control, it's in Active Directory, that's the presence, but the state further goes on to say, well, your security control hasn't communicated with the management console in 3 weeks, or it's 8 versions too old, right? So now I know presence and state, so I can actually measure the security prioritization of my devices predicated on knowing all that rich asset intel, which I wouldn't get just by looking at a single solution that's not correlated.
Yeah. In your presentation, you talked about the idea of that organizations need to move away from assumption-based asset intelligence and move toward more evidence-based asset intelligence. Explain a little bit what you meant by that.
Yeah, so assumption-based is what we've all done, quite honestly, for the last 20 years when it comes to asset intel. I assume my security controls are all working. I pray that everything's deployed accurately. I hope that I'm not missing a specific control on a specific device. And the reason we did that is we didn't really have any good ways of not approaching with an assumption-based. It was just very manual, very chaotic, and very error-prone. Evidence-based flips that on its head. It says, look, instead of assuming these things, let's have evidence. Let's actually know empirically what's running. If it's running, is it up to date? If it's up to date, is it actually working across all of your security, all of your IT, and all of your GRC controls? And this is great for security, of course, but it's also great for IT operations, for things like licensing rationalization, understanding how I have observability across all my assets, and finally GRC. You look at PCI, you look at CIS, you look at NIST, OWASP, they all talk about know what you got, know how it's running, and know if it's secure. That's always step one. But we've assumed that stuff has been working for 20 years. Now we have evidence what is and what isn't working.
Yeah. All right, let me play the role for a minute of the not particularly savvy business CEO that is hearing some of this and saying, oh, I mean, I get it. It's important to have visibility into your assets, but what's the harm of one rogue endpoint or device here or there? What's the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen?
Well, that's exactly what the bad actors want you to do. They're counting on you being passive. They're counting on you saying, what worked for us the last 20 years is going to work for the next 20 years, and that's putting you in this very precarious position. I would also say to that individual, look, you've spent millions of dollars on CMDB, SIM, SOAR, ticketing solutions. Wouldn't it be great if the asset intelligence that flowed into them was accurate, that you had a source of truth, so you're making decisions predicated on real evidence-based data, not garbage in, garbage out. I think you'd say, hey, if I'm spending millions of dollars, I'd sure like to make sure it's based on real-time, actual quantitative and qualitative metrics that are measurable, and not just garbage.
Yeah, and that was part of your presentation as well, that you were talking about that quality asset intelligence can feed into this bi-directional architecture that can help you improve your overall enterprise security intelligence. So just explain maybe a little bit more about what some of the benefits can be there. What can you learn from having that kind of an architecture?
Well, what's really neat about this architecture, first off, is it's super easy to deploy and extract this data. So because everything's API-based, it's cloud-centric, you can make API calls to dozens and dozens of devices, get up and running in less than an hour. And that's great. You do analytics, queries, reports, so you've got this solution. But then it actually feeds upriver into all those other solutions, like we mentioned, CMDB, SIM, SOAR, ticketing, so on and so forth, that you're spending a lot of money on. So it's that bidirectionality of asset intelligence, that need for everything in your environment to have a good sense of truth, that makes this so critical and, quite honestly, so foundational to security, IT ops, and GRC.
Yeah. Are there any particular devices or endpoints or assets that, in your experience, have proven to be especially elusive to organizations, something that's not quite so visible or maybe just kind of gets outright forgotten? You know, something that's interesting is that everybody's familiar with their EDR. Whether they've got CrowdStrike or Cylance or Carbon Black or whatever solution they have, they go, okay, I know I have endpoint security. What we find is that organizations have both too many and too few licenses for these devices at the same time. And what I mean by that is they might have purchased 50,000 seats of CrowdStrike, and that's great, but when we find out and we correlate everything with Active Directory, we find out you have 65,000 solutions, of which 60,000 could be running CrowdStrike and only 50,000 are. So we see a lot of gaps. And what this helps do is, one, ensure that, yeah, I've got security controls, but two, for the folks actually writing the check, they want to make sure that what they're buying is actually getting used. It doesn't help anybody, maybe the vendor, but it doesn't help anybody usually to have excess licenses sitting in a drawer. Yeah. And that's one that people intuitively get. I have a bunch of EDR, but when they start seeing the gaps and it's visualized, like, wow, I had no idea we had 200 systems sitting in that building that lack any kind of security, and if just one of them is compromised, we're completely at risk. Yeah. Interesting. Now, during your presentation, you also talked about some of the most beneficial use cases for asset management. So talk about those a little bit. What facets of your business or organization can really get a nice turbo boost from having a quality asset intelligence program? Yeah,
and it's funny, there's probably about 20 or 30 different use cases off of the top of my head across security and IT ops and GRC. But security, one of them that's really interesting, and it just sort of started popping up maybe the last couple of years, is called vulnerability hunting. Now, it's not threat hunting. We're all familiar with threat hunting. It's an incident response type role. It's reactive, where you say, I believe a bad actor's gotten access. I want to see what damage they've caused, what information they pulled out, looking for IOCs and TTPs. Okay, that's known. Vulnerability hunting is proactive. before the bad actors get in, I want to get a sense of where are all my critical assets, what are the risks on those assets, are they running end-of-life software, do they lack patches, is there no more extended service contract? But then back to what I said before, presence and state, maybe I have the EDR deployed but not patch management. Maybe I have patch management but not segmentation. Maybe one of those tools is you support N-2, so it could be 2 iterations old, but this one's 10 iterations old. And these guys over here haven't communicated in over 6 months. Well, these are all factors I need to know so I can quickly take this massive picture of assets, prioritize and say, hey folks, today, these are the 10 assets that we have to go address right now. There's another 300 we have to address, but these are the ones that are super critical because maybe they have customer sensitive data, we're going to go through a PCI audit, whatever the case might be. And that really helps. So I really like the idea of vulnerability hunting. From the network ops side, it really comes down to rationalization. Just give me visibility. Let me know what my licenses are, and let me optimize all those investments in those SIMs, SOARs, CMDBs. And then from GRC, the biggest one is continuous monitoring and reporting. I don't just want to have this data, but I want to be able to placate auditors, if you will, to say, hey, if you want to check where we are, our state of security, here's the report. Here's a export of everything that you just asked for, and you can get it in real time, not a 6-month exercise to go fact finding and do surveys. It's just there. And man, that makes every kind of regulatory mandate so much easier to handle.
We have just a little over 3 minutes left, and in that time, I'll throw out one last question to you, which is, in this particular area or field of cybersecurity, you kind of hear about a category of solutions called asset management solutions.
Yeah.
Other people say there's a category of solutions, attack surface management solutions. Are they all kind of just cousins of each other and similar, or is it kind of 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other? How does attack management versus attack surface management differ, or how do they overlap?
Yeah, the terms are always used interchangeably. I think asset management might be the legacy term, cyber, asset, attack surface management, whatever the new flavor is. We just call it asset intelligence at SEFCO. But fundamentally, the approach today is, I don't want to install agents. I have to have a cloud-native solution. It has to be highly scalable, and it has to be super easy, not just to deploy and use, but to get value from. A lot of the legacy tools, they would take quarters, years to deploy, and they were very error-prone, very manual, and you had to do a lot of corrective sort of processes to get them to work. Nobody has time for that today. Just because with the number of assets, it simply can't scale, and the impact it puts on your team, it means that they can't focus on other more strategic goals. They shouldn't have to sit around counting assets all day. So I believe this new generation, if you will, asset intelligence that's coming out, it's all about being scalable, it's all about being easy, and it's all about being fast and effective.
Great. Well, I appreciate you leading us through this discussion today, Brian. For more information about SEVCO, please visit the Security Weekly website, securityweekly.com/SEVCO, SEVCO ISW. Thanks again, Brian. Really appreciate it. Brian Contos from SEVCO Security. Thanks for joining us. And to everyone else, please keep watching for more live and on-demand content from InfoSec World 2023. I'll see you all later.
Good morning, everyone. Here we are. It is day one of InfoSec World. Delighted to be here. And I am also delighted to be joined by Trace Woodbury. He is the CEO and co-founder of Ridge IT Cyber. Welcome.
Thank you.
And we're going to talk about zero trust.
Most overused marketing term in the past 200 years.
Yeah, and I think we're going to spend the next 10 minutes kind of breaking that apart. So let us begin. So we, Cyber Risk Alliance, have done a lot of survey-based research around how companies are implementing zero trust. Challenge number one is organizations are going to vendors looking to see if they are a zero trust vendor. And I know you have some strong thoughts on this. There still seems to be that disconnect of seeing zero trust as a philosophy with a set of pillars as opposed to a product that you just pull out of the box. So talk about that.
Well, Forrester came out in 2009 with the Zero Trust Ideology white paper that came out. And while I love Forrester, it sat behind a paywall. And customers really didn't have access to it unless you belonged to Forrester. So we had all of these vendors that did have access and said, oh, well, I am Zero Trust. I am this piece. And so every consumer out there, business, et cetera, looking at it said, oh, well, I've bought Zero Trust. I bought this product. I'm all set now. And that's not what Zero Trust is. Zero Trust is an evolving thought process continuously. Things that existed a year ago didn't exist 5 years ago. And what's going to happen in 2 years doesn't exist today. We're seeing solutions that can really get extremely granular in a way we never imagined, but in a way that a small business can afford or a commercial org versus only large enterprise. And how we can build that and say, hey, what can we work together? I think that being able to say, hey, I'm not buying one product, but I'm looking at a multitude of products and how do I envision this coming together, but not so many products as what existed for 10 years ago. I've got 90 solutions and I can't make sense of it all. So the breach has been here for 6 months. Like, how do I get that faster reaction time? I almost think in a way it was a disservice that Zero Trust came about, because it sounds great when you really know what you're talking about, but it's so hard to implement when you're listening to vendors all the time versus having someone that says, all right, let's talk about your org, let's talk about your goals, let's talk about the types of data you have, because no two organizations are alike, so not every one vendor can fit in. God bless Microsoft, there's a lot of great they do, but if you listen to Microsoft, because they do so many things, well, this is all you need, but there's still shortfalls. Not all their products are amazing. And I think in a lot of ways it leaves the businesses more struggling to figure out what's that next piece and how does it come together.
So let's paint a picture. You are a CISO, a busy CISO. You have been dipping your toe in the zero trust waters. Now you're really trying to take the program to the next level. And there is no one-size-fits-all vendor, as you've just pointed out. Talk about today the steps, the things that a CISO needs to be thinking about when they're plotting what they need to buy, how they need to deploy it properly, how they need to optimize it properly, where all the pieces fit together, but also how to get started with what they already have.
Well, there's many questions that you asked there. I'm going to do my best to
I do apologize. It's a loaded question.
I mean, I feel like there should be a whiteboard of like knock these off in order. So I think the first step, as you pointed out, is do you analyze each of your tools and say, what can I make with good here? Do you take the approach of I should be prepared to scrub everything and start over? Where does that exist? That could be very painful, but also might have benefits to both sides. But I really think the first step is actually the CISO working with the CEO and the COO and saying, here's what we're going to do, and our goal is actually to make the user experience better and not worse, but I need your buy-in to be able to tell the org, I'm going to do the same things everyone else is. I'm not going to be the one that says, yeah, but I get an exemption. We're all going to go forward on it. I'm not saying that Ridge IT has zero trust perfectly done for us and all those things, but every one of our devices has the same controls that we expect, and you go to use a different device and it doesn't do anything. You can't get anywhere because you don't meet minimum guidelines to how we've been able to go through, and we're still working through all that. But if our CEO wasn't on board of, wherever the source are, we have problems. When we work with customers throughout the world to do deployments of different tools, when we have the CEO that's sending the emails out saying, we are doing this, I need you to work with us, not have different subgroups saying we're fighting this because, or I don't want this. One is streamlined and goes so much faster. The other one is a 2-year process of maybe it'll get implemented, maybe it won't. And those CISOs are the ones that are going crazy. You didn't actually hire me to do a job. You hired me to say we're trying something. And so I think that's actually the first step, is go make that presentation that says, I'll let you be involved. I want you to be involved. But how do we go forward on that? I think the next piece is the tools that existed 5-10 years ago have a chance of still being the right tools today. But a lot of those tools have come out with new features that need to be reevaluated and say, do I have all the right things, or did I buy the tool set from 10 years ago? I just kept hitting renewal on the invoice and I haven't actually implemented it properly. It's now out of date. One of my customers was a very early adopter into Zscaler 7 years ago. Well, they're using Zscaler functionality from 7 years ago, not Zscaler functionality of today. So it's a beautiful logo that you can tell everyone we use Zscaler, but realistically there's a whole bunch of blind spots that now exist. So just saying, do I have the tool? Maybe it needs a refresh on the tool that you have to say, hey, it's still the right thing. And Zscaler's done amazing stuff. Another friend that I work with is in vulnerability management, and they use McAfee. McAfee can be a great tool, but it also is one of those things, how do you properly get that implemented? How does it work? What does it need? And maybe your org has changed in a way that you need a whole new refresh of certain areas that you're doing. I also think is a CISO pick something. Don't try and do every tool all at one time, like we're going to flip a switch from zero trust. Pick something that's of importance to you in that one pillar area and start there. In my opinion, identity access management should be that first thing you start on. But for each org, maybe it's something else. Hey, my IAM product's okay now. Let's go work in this other area. We'll come back and beef up IAM later. But starting with that thought process of, I can slowly make the user experience better, but I can slowly shrink that perimeter of what can get in and how do things leave. I think the data pillar is the most overlooked pillar out there because people don't have any clue where their data actually resides. They do these reports and come back and say, oh, I know where my data is, and you pick and say, well, BYOD devices, what data can be downloaded, what can exist there, and hey, if I use some of the cloud assessment tools now that are third party and just use an API, to what degree do you have S3 buckets sitting out there? To what degree do you have other things you didn't even know about? Hey, I didn't realize the server had RDP fully exposed. So people don't really understand that thought process. They're not stepping back and saying, vulnerabilities aren't just CVEs. Vulnerabilities are, what is my total attack surface?
Yeah.
So, long-winded response. I think I nailed it.
No, you did a great job unpacking a very loaded question. So, well done. So, one of the things that when we survey security professionals comes up is the challenge of asset management. And there are some who would say that asset management within the realm of zero trust is maybe not broken, but not as fully baked as it should be. What are your thoughts on that?
So in the government space, easy to pick on because I can lay out their regulations. They must identify all the devices that are in their org and where are those devices and what do they look like. Well, if I'm only concerned about devices and not data, I'm missing the picture because technically any device with my data is what's accurate. When you work in a closed network, well, it's really simple. I know that something can't join because it's not, approved to be in here. But so many environments are saying, hey, here's the bits and pieces that I've allowed for that access, but it still can be everywhere. So as we think about true zero trust, I don't trust any device. But wait a second, the CEO's phone is now holding that. That's not part of asset management. I don't know what CVEs or what other things exist on there. When I think about what CrowdStrike's doing is now exists, well, if I don't have CrowdStrike on every device, even though that's giving me a zero trust score, what's the point of it? If I look at solutions like Okta Together and CrowdStrike, I can now say, hey, I'm looking to see is CrowdStrike on the device and a minimum zero trust score, which we won't get into why they're overusing the term, but now I'm actually doing real asset management, and now I'm actually saying, give me an inventory of all these things that do touch my data and what can happen. As I look towards isolated browsers that say, all right, fine, I stopped caring about the whole device, I'm only going to use this isolated browser session. Well, that gives me a better context than saying, I have 500 devices, 10,000 devices. Yeah, you have millions of devices if everything can get access to it. That's my opinion at least.
Yeah. So talk about there's zero trust as it currently is. There is zero trust of the future, which I have to believe is something that you spend a lot of your waking hours thinking about.
Someone asked me...
Paint a picture of that future.
Someone asked me earlier today, where do you see your company in 5 years? And I said, I don't like answering that question because the things that existed 5 years ago, no one thought they were going to happen, much less what's now coming out there. And so I think the same thing is what I struggle with on zero trust of the future is we won't start keeping the idea of employee or corporate-owned devices. We'll start thinking of ways that every device could be just-in-time provision like Improbata's doing and others. We'll start thinking of how do I truly maintain my data posture and what's going on. There's other pieces that'll sort of crack things apart. I was talking to a group the other day, air gap, that when you're on the corporate network, everything is a /32. Nothing naturally talks to anything else, similar to how a cellular network works. Now, air gap's been around for a minute, but this idea that I just show up and I can start talking to other things starts disappearing. How do I close that off? There's so many bright minds that are saying, how do I take all these next pieces? I was talking to a group that, in the DSPM space, and they're truly tackling the ability to say, let me scan your file shares, your SQL databases that are on-prem, not forget about those, plus what's in your cloud assets, but they don't hold any of the data. You're using basically a Lambda function to be able to do all of that in the VM. They're only holding pieces of metadata to say, yes, this was a real piece of what we found, and here are all the people that have access to the sensitive data. So I think that what's going to change in how we see the world will start more on that data piece, but we'll also keep in context of all the users and devices that data piece can talk to. Because right now we've spent too much time on ZTNA, we've spent too much time in those other areas. How do we get back to what's most important, and that's the data?
Yep. So talk about how your organization is trying to help get other organizations to that point.
So Ridge has been around 10 years. The other founder and I have been working together for over 20 years. And we started out in the government space. And we worked with an org that said, hey, we want to get rid of having tons of point solutions. We want to simplify the ecosystem. We want to be able to make it almost SaaS or managed services based for everything. And I thought she was crazy when she asked us to do this. And we really said, all right, we can actually evaluate the needs for compliance and the needs for security and say, hey, this is possible now. And 5 years ago, I really didn't see it. But today, Ridge really understands all the products they represent, and we're able to truly offer those services, not just say, hey, I can pass paper, maybe the vendor can do it. So if you buy CrowdStrike or Microsoft from us or Qualys even, we truly can do all of the tier 2, tier 3 support that's needed, and we're not here to close a ticket, we're here to understand the bigger picture. So as we sit down with our customers and say, hey, what are you trying to accomplish? What is the reason you're buying this? Not what does the PDF say that you want this? What is the actual end goal? Because everybody's got something different. How do we meet that? Some people are going after CMMC compliance, not necessarily zero trust. Some people are going on other pieces. Our goal is to say, how do we work together? And that work together thought process means when a customer says, hey, I'm battling this problem, sometimes we quickly realize the issue that you're having isn't related to Zscaler. It's actually related over here to Okta or Microsoft, but one of the senior engineers can get together, collaborate with the customer and say, here's how we come together on solving that solution. And I think the other big thing that we look towards is so many people out there saying they do cloud-based services, but they're really just taking their on-premise networking knowledge and they're going to put that in the cloud. Well, that's not how cloud was designed. You're missing out the functions. There's some great Dilbert cartoons that I absolutely love on this matter, and Dilbert nailed it. But when we say, all right, let's actually look at a cloud-first approach and let's look for where these services can matter, there's cost savings that can be achieved versus these huge compliance, but we can also say, hey, I can do things that scale faster and do better. And there's a reason that cloud is winning faster at the zero trust game than the appliance architecture, in my opinion, that exists. I was working with a group the other day that's truly an MSSP that works in a very technical space, but they're having to outsource to us to say, hey, how do we actually make things better and faster? How do we use resources to get into there?
So we are out of time. I could keep talking about this for like another hour.
Or 10 days.
This is great. Yeah, no. But this has been very helpful. I think our audience will take some valuable lessons. So thanks for being here, Trace.
Thank you so much for your time, Bill.
And yeah, have a good week.
You too, sir. Stop by our booth.
I surely will. Thanks.
Hi there. I'm Bradley Barth from SE Media and the Cyber Risk Alliance, reporting from the InfoSec World 2023 conference in Orlando, Florida. My guest with me today is conference speaker Josh Kuntz. He is Chief Information Security Officer at the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. His InfoSec World session is titled Incentivizing the CIO to Prioritize Security. He'll also be on a panel, When and Why to Move Cybersecurity Out of IT. Josh, both of your InfoSec World sessions deal with the intersection of IT and security, looking at where the CIO and CISO's perspectives align and where they don't. So what factors do you feel most frequently cause misalignment of values or objectives between the IT department and the security department?
So and this is part of my discussion tomorrow in my session, that really the CIO has three jobs: innovation, operations, and maintenance. Mm-hmm. And the thing they get most measured on is innovation. Do you bring value to the business? Can you bring new value to the business? Operations is kind of a status quo. If everything works, then you're good. If anything breaks, then they hate you, or you're an emergency. But maintenance is the only thing that they're not measured on, and the only person who really cares is the CISO.
Yeah.
And so if you have a CIO whose focus is on that, who can focus on the maintenance, then your relationship can be much more compatible. It's when you have CIOs who only focus on the things that they're measured on, which is natural, human nature, then you start intersecting with these frictions and these conflicts.
Right.
And I think that's what I'm trying to bring to light in this, is how do you bring the awareness of that up? Mm-hmm. I in my last organization, I actually, that's why we did the panel this morning on the moving cybersecurity out of IT. I had a lot of friction with the CIO because the risk message wasn't making its way to the top. I tried to explain, they don't have to take my side. I don't have to be the opinion that they listen to, but they do need to hear it.
Right.
And that's where we ran into conflict is, nobody likes to have their baby called ugly. So if I'm bringing up all these issues and all the issues are, IT related,
yeah,
people get a little, territorial about that. And so it caused, that's where we started having those enough significant friction that I felt like I needed to bring that to our executives' attention.
Yeah. Are there, from your perspective, certain security-related or maintenance-related projects or initiatives or technologies that are particularly a hard sell when it comes to communicating with the IT department?
I found that especially the vulnerability management program is where you have the most friction with IT. And quite frankly, it's not with the staff of IT. It's with the IT management. Because the staff very often come to you with the issues. Hey, I'm not getting enough prioritization. You might want to bring this up. Here's an issue. They bring that to me. But when you start looking, and like I said, this goes back to those incentivizing factors. When you bring that up to IT management, they can either make a decision to commit resources to addressing vulnerabilities, especially application vulnerabilities, because those are those things where it's like, well, we'll take care of it in the next release. Well, then you get to the next release, well, that didn't make this release, but we'll take care of it in the next release, and the can just keeps getting kicked down the road.
Yeah. Do you have a recommendation or two on how to adjust the attitude of the office of the CIO so that they see maintenance as being an equal to the innovation and operational side of things, especially when you consider that if there is some kind of major attack that hurts productivity and damages the organization, innovation and operations especially are going to be impeded anyway. So,
absolutely.
So how do you maybe readjust their mindset?
So the first thing is having some awareness discussions, and I've also found that security is not black and white. Security is 1,000 shades of gray. You have to be able to weigh the operational impacts versus the security needs, everything can't be high, everything can't be critical. If you have a vulnerability on an internal-only facing system that doesn't transact any confidential information, even if that vulnerability is critical, is it really critical to the business? And so being able to weigh those things and not always be chicken little, the security is falling, will help build those relationships and that trust that if I bring something to you and I say it's critical or it's a high risk, it really is critical or a high risk.
Yeah.
And that the other side of that is if you can't get that buy-in, even when you explain, as you said, a security incident could become an operational stoppage. I mean, just look at Clorox. Their production line stopped because of a security incident. This wasn't a confidentiality incident. This was absolutely critical to the business. We're not making the product we sell affect. But CIOs look at that sometimes and say, well, we're good enough, or we've not had a breach yet. Maybe I'll roll the dice one more time and kick that can down the road because, if it happens, it's terrible. If it doesn't happen, then I didn't spend any money fixing it.
Right. You mentioned that KPIs and metrics can be a driver, a motivator for the CIO's office, and that's a lot of the metrics are around innovation and operations, and so they're going to give priority to, again, those two pillars and not so much maintenance. But in your presentation, you suggest that there could be some metrics or KPIs that you can introduce that emphasize security more. What would some of those be?
So in the presentation, I talk about measuring your vulnerability management program, both from a standpoint of addressing vulnerabilities in a timely manner, or just addressing some percentage of your vulnerabilities. Now, I can't, again, you have to have that pragmatic view. You can't say 100% because 100% is not attainable, but you set some level that's reasonable. In my last job, we set the 70% level. You can address 70% of the vulnerabilities on a monthly basis, and you can address the criticals within 15 days and the mediums within 30 days, and your criticals in 15, your highs in 30, and the mediums within 90 days. That meets your metric, and then you set that. And the key part of that is getting your upper level management to make that part of the performance plan of the CIO. Saying if you meet the metric, then you get an exceptional. If you have a certain amount below that, then maybe it's only you're meeting expectations. If it's below that, then there needs improvement.
Yeah. We had also talked about that there was going to be there was a panel session also looking at when it makes sense to move cybersecurity out of the IT department. So let's spend a moment discussing this one as well. So what are some of the key factors to consider when determining if the security department has reached sufficient maturity and has adequate resources that it makes sense to spin off on its own? Absolutely.
And so I get asked this question quite a lot, especially from the upper level management when you're making the pitch. So, well, do you think that there should never be a time when cybersecurity and IT are together? No. When you start out, everybody is doing everything. So all of your IT folks are doing security, your security folks are doing IT operations. It's when you start having that specialization within the job descriptions. You've got people that are just doing network work. You have folks that are just doing server administration. You have folks that are just doing, application development. You have folks that are just doing security. And you're dealing with just the security tools or just the security governance. That's when you start seeing that you're at a point where you're already separating the job duties. They should be in separate buckets and reporting through separate lines. That gets down to your essential principle of separation of duties. Yeah. If you can't, and this is a well-known concept in the finance area, you don't have the same person putting in a purchase request and authorizing the invoice to be paid. Those are in two totally separate divisions. Why is it any different within the IT and security world? Why do you have the folks that are reviewing the security under the same folks that are building the things that have or do not have security?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, Josh, I think we're going to leave it there. But I appreciate you spending some time with us today. Thanks. I'm so glad you could be here. So again, that's Josh Kuntz, the CISO at the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks very much for joining us, and continue to stay tuned for more coverage from the InfoSec World 2023 conference here in Orlando, Florida. I'm Bradley Barth with SC Media and the Cyber Risk Alliance, and I'll see you all a little bit later in the show.
Thank you, Brad.
Hi, I'm Bradley Barth with SC Media and the Cyber Risk Alliance, reporting from the InfoSec World 2023 conference in Orlando, Florida. And my guest sitting beside me here today is Nathan Hamill. He is Senior Director of Research at Kudelski Security. He'll be speaking here at the show. Nathan, your topic is handling risks from AI coding assistance. So to open, summarize for us the upside and the downside, because there's two sides of this coin for sure, of generative AI from a secure app development perspective. Certainly pressures in terms of always looking to try to innovate quickly when you're on a development team, but you also want to make sure that you're not introducing vulnerabilities.
Sure. So generative AI is one of these terms that gets used quite often and kind of applies to multiple techniques. So generative image models are also generative AI. So kind of what we're talking about here are large language models applied to either generating code or providing functional aspects of code. I would say from the AI coding assistance perspective, there are some potential upsides. So for example, you may have some rather tedious tasks around maybe generating documentation for a project, or doc strings, or maybe you're trying to get an explanation of code. You may have some older code you're working with, and maybe it's not clear to you, or maybe you have a more junior developer who isn't really as familiar with the programming language, or maybe you as a developer may not be familiar with a new programming language. Maybe you're very familiar with Python, not very familiar with Rust. I would say that the upsides are also the downsides. So for example, the risk with these tools tends to follow along with the usefulness. So for example, an inexperienced developer finding the tool useful is also probably not going to notice when the tool makes a mistake or creates a security vulnerability. When you're porting from one language to another, it doesn't always look the same. You may, if you're not familiar with the other language, you may allow some vulnerabilities to go through. So, kind of the upsides are also partly the downsides. I mean, when you're using large language models to generate code, there's no guarantee that the code is going to be secure. There's no guarantee that the libraries that it recommends will be secure, and there's no guarantee that the explanations they give will be secure. So there's a lot of potential. So if we can solve some of these problems, it may be nice to have tools that are more reliable, more robust at giving us secure code, but we still have a gap to fill. So we'll be that way for a little while.
Yeah, for sure, because you get a situation where if it is creating vulnerable code, it can potentially be exploited, of course, by malicious actors as a means of gaining some type of surreptitious access point into your code, and then of course that can present all sorts of dangerous possibilities. For that reason, is the very optimistic point of view that these coding assistants can help spin up code quickly a little bit of a mirage in some cases, because while it might be able to upfront create a lot of code, there's going to end up being a lot more work perhaps than on the back-end quality assurance side of things to make sure that this code that was very quickly generated is actually secure. So maybe you're just kind of pushing the legwork later in the process.
Yeah, and some of it's up front too. So I will say I'm a bit more optimistic about using these tools to generate code in these types of use cases than I am about replacing functionality in an application with functions from a large language model. That is a completely other topic, and one that has its own security issues and everything else. But staying on this path, I think that there are a lot of quote-unquote promises, but what you don't see is all the work behind the scenes. So for example, you may have to generate things multiple times in order to get a working code example, to get something without vulnerabilities. And I think that people who don't really have a lot of familiarity with these tools, they think that they've kind of used ChatGPT, they've kind of prompted it for simple things, and their ideas or concepts are around like, hey, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate an application so I can play a video game like Mario Brothers or something like that. And they think that you write a prompt and it generates a game like that. And when it doesn't, maybe you're like, this is terrible. But the fact of the matter is, it's a lot of experimentation. So people who have even written full, working programs with something like ChatGPT, if you looked at their process, it's a lot of trial and error, a lot of prompting and reprompting, evaluating the output. So you still need a certain amount of knowledge and capability to be able to troubleshoot the issues and to even know what to change. So there's still a gap. So it may actually take you more time to write the code by prompting it than it would be to use it as than to just to write the code versus to use the assistant and prompt it over and over again. Right. So there really is no free lunch. Right. So you kind of either have these systems where maybe they have potential vulnerabilities, but your developers are using them more as an assistant. Mm-hmm. So it's helping with small code generation blocks, adding explanations and everything else. But you may need some additional QA on the back end to make sure that the code is actually secure, that it's using the right libraries, that it's not using an outdated library or one that's vulnerable. So there is a little bit of extra work on the back end too. So you have to evaluate your trade-offs.
Yeah, interesting. What categories of vulnerabilities are some of these code generating tools most likely to mistakenly produce, and why?
I would say all of them. So it really depends. I mean, these tools have been trained to write code based on code that it's seen before. So if a human has made the mistake, it's possible that these systems, have learned that or internalized that. So I've got it just accidentally to do things like SQL injection. I think some of those that are easier to spot are, they're definitely bad. But you might see that and say, wow, well, that isn't good. Let me regenerate this again because that's vulnerable to SQL injection. Once again, it's falling back to your knowledge. I think where maybe not the most common types of vulnerabilities, but where it really becomes impactful are the ones that are less obvious. Mm-hmm. So think about cryptographic functions or, a weak source of entropy. Like, that's going to be something that isn't so obvious to a developer. Or even like type conversions, where you may have a situation where you're converting from one format to another. You could have a loss of precision. If you're doing financial applications, that can have a negative impact. So there's all these less obvious things that would be less likely to be caught. And I think that those are kind of the ones that are also harder to catch with like code scanning tools. Mm-hmm. So those ones have a potential to sneak into production a little more easily.
Right. Now, in addition to coding vulnerabilities, perhaps we could talk a little bit about some of the other impractical problems or dangers that are associated with AI-generated code. I know there's concern surrounding the notion of things like plagiarism and copyright infringement. Also, sort of that unusual quirk of AI hallucinations and imaginary libraries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so on that front, I think that what this kind of brings to the table is there's really two different types of risks. You have the technical risk, that's the tool itself not doing what you think it should do or doing something incorrectly or giving you code. Like one of my favorite examples that it gave me was it defined a function and then just put your code here. Like the whole function was blank. So you end up with like quirks like that sometimes. But you also have the human aspects. So for example, humans are very vulnerable to automation bias. So there's been some research that people actually feel more confident in the code, in their code written with these tools because they feel like it's more accurate, maybe more performant. That's just not the case. You also have something like skills atrophy. So, when your skills atrophy a bit, you start to become less likely to notice issues. So I like to use the examples of like self-driving cars. Like self-driving cars don't make people better drivers, mm-hmm. makes them worse drivers. Now, the roads may be safer if we solve the self-driving car problem, and that may be a trade-off we're willing to have. Same thing here. Like if we're able to provide truly robust code without developers, maybe that's better for humanity. We're nowhere near that. So when seatbelts came out, another example, car accidents actually went up. People felt safer, so they drove more recklessly. And we're kind of so we as humans are vulnerable to this time after time, whether it be digital or analog technology. So I think that those are kind of things to be concerned about. On the hallucinations front, I think that hallucinating dependencies is a problem, and it's a problem that we didn't have before. I don't think it's the biggest problem in the world, right? Like, so it could be exploited, but for the most part, I think it's interesting research, and definitely research that needed to happen. But would it affect people at scale? It's really hard to tell at this point. But it seems like a quirk of the system and not a feature of the system.
Yeah.
So when things are quirks, they tend to be less common. So I think it's troubling because it's a new issue that didn't exist before. But I don't think people should abandon coding assistance just because that's an unintended byproduct of using the system.
Right. It sounds like it's an issue, but it's probably not at the top of the list.
Way more at the top of
right.
the list to be worried about. Like, that shouldn't be the largest of your worries.
Right, right. Now, your presentation also makes some recommendations in terms of certain controls and techniques that one can employ to minimize some of the risks that we've just been talking about with some of these AI coding tools. So why don't you maybe share some of your highlights in terms of that?
Sure. So I think this is an area where there's a lot of hope. Like, vulnerable code isn't something that is new to us. We've had this for a long time. So I think even reusing some of the same tools, like having a DevSecOps program, making sure you're doing like software composition analysis, you're analyzing your libraries, you're doing static analysis, you're doing dynamic analysis, you have people involved doing periodic human testing. I mean, these are all great things. So if you don't have those, that's something that needs to happen like ASAP. Same thing with like doing functional tests, making sure that you're doing proper functional tests and that they're comprehensive enough to hit your edge in corner cases. That's super important. And, kind of understanding the landscape at your organization, who is using these tools, creating the appropriate awareness material, because developers probably aren't hearing about all the issues with these tools. That's kind of something security people focus on. So they're reading blog posts about people doing amazing things with these tools, and they're isolated experiments, and they're trying it as well. So even just having maybe even some of your own internal developers share some stories where these tools went wrong, and kind of start seeding that in their heads so that they don't just trust everything that comes out of the tool. The other thing I recommend is having a more robust quality assurance process where you have more eyes on critical code. So maybe if you have a peer review process where you have one layer of peer review, maybe you add two, and kind of treat this code as like as being contributed by a third party. Because there's a really interesting way of thinking about it is that once you generate this code, you basically have legacy code on day one. It's kind of like a situation where the developer is no longer there. I think it was Mike Lukides from O'Reilly Radar or something wrote, it was something I was talking about, but I didn't word it quite as elegantly as he did, and so now I use his perspective of talking about legacy code on day one and kind of how that sets up an environment because when a developer writes code, it's not the end of the day. I think the joke I made in my presentation was, it's not like developers are pushing code into production on Friday night and it's like, wow, I'm glad my job's done. It's not the end of the journey. It's kind of the beginning of the journey. You have, bug fixes, security fixes, and all of those types of things that still need to be done on the code.
Yeah. All right, well, there you have it. Nathan Hamill of Kudelski Security. Thanks, Nathan. I really appreciate the fact that you could join us today. And for everyone else who's watching, please be sure to continue to check out SC Media and Security Weekly for continuing coverage, live and demand, from the InfoSec 2023 conference. Hi, I'm Bradley Barth with SC Media on the Cyber Risk Alliance, reporting from InfoSec World 2023 in Orlando, Florida. And my guest sitting beside me today is Kim Alkire, System Director at Cyber Wellness at Health First. Her InfoSec World session that she has been speaking at today is titled Chaos to Control, the Importance of Recovery Tiering. Kim, thanks so much for joining us today. Last year, Hurricane Ian struck during the InfoSec World Conference. We all had to try to get out of here as fast as possible. I know your presentation also actually includes a reference to a year in which Florida was hit by 4 hurricanes in short order. What key lessons in disaster recovery and business continuity come out of physical disasters like this that can also translate over to cyber attacks?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're fortunate, if you can say that, to have hurricanes be our disaster of choice here in the state of Florida, because typically they come with some warning, right? We can see them coming a few days away. We have the opportunity then to do some extra backups and things like that. Unfortunately, with something like a cyber attack or a cyber event, you're not going to get that same notice. Another big difference is that they're going to be more likely to be persistent. So a hurricane is going to come, and it's going to leave leave us to do the cleanup, whatever that necessary is. But a cyber event is still going to use those same tactics and techniques to get that recovery done. So if you're exercising those muscles for your hurricanes to come through, you're going to be more prepared to be resilient for something like a cyber attack.
Yeah, absolutely. So what is the biggest error, or what are among the biggest errors or oversights that companies all too often make when preparing for a cyber disaster? Like, for example, maybe where do they cut corners where they shouldn't?
Wow, yeah, that's a good question. I would say the biggest option there would probably be around testing. I think that you can never test enough, but that's one of those things that when your time is limited and you're maybe a smaller team, you're going to have less time to devote to that really true testing of, are those procedures good enough? Are those backups good enough? Yeah. And are they going back far enough in time? Can you do a bare bones restore, for example, or are you just relying on a backup when maybe that's not sufficient?
Yeah. So your presentation, it covers the notion of tiering and prioritization of your various business applications and systems. So of course, different stakeholders within any one business or organization are going to have very different interpretations or definitions in terms of what should be top tier priority. What's what's on the top of the list of, we need to make sure that this is fully preserved and protected and backed up. So how do you manage to involve all the stakeholders in the process and take all of their input and make them feel heard, even though not everybody's maybe necessarily going to be happy with the final decisions on what is top tier?
Yeah, that was a big pain point of ours. In a previous version of our tiering, key stakeholders that were powerful enough could say, my application is really important. We need to make sure this is tiered really high so that I can be at the front of the line. And what we found was that was improperly tiering things for business impact. Mm-hmm. So we have gone through and reset our criteria to be more quantitative and really try to take out some of that subjectivity. Make it more objective. We gather some key elements of information when we're assessing the applications to give them those tiers, and then it's the same across the board. And only our executive team is able to kind of veto that or move something up on the list.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about how to remove some of the subjectivity out of the prioritization and tiering process, and how to be more objective through quantitative measures. So I know, again, as part of your presentation, you talked about just some of the best practices for doing the assessment in the first place of all the various systems, and then assigning that grade or tier status. So let's hit some of the key highlights in terms of what those best practices are.
Yeah, so start where you are, right? So we did have to go through when we created this new criteria, and the criteria is around items that impact the business. We're healthcare, so obviously patient safety is our number one priority. So if there's anything that is going to be putting a patient at risk or an employee at risk during a downtime, that's going to be really highly rated in our algorithms that are on the back end of our quantitative scoring. But there's other items in there that are really across the board for other industries as well. Financial impact, do we have any regulatory requirements, things like that, and they're ranked and scored accordingly. So we've gone through and re-tiered our applications as they already exist in our portfolio, and we've integrated that process to our intake as well. So new things coming in are going to be scored and placed in the list appropriately.
Interesting. So to follow up on that, does the prioritization that you do apply not just to after an incident occurs, but also before? In other words, would higher priority systems or be subject to additional proactive backups and redundancy, because in an ideal world you might want to back up everything, but you can't. It's too expensive. So it's not just a matter, so it's really a matter of when you're looking at what gets highest prioritization, there are steps that you're taking not just after an incident, but before as well.
Oh, absolutely. We use it for everything. It's such an important detail to have captured for our applications. As you said, backups, of course, that's a really obvious one. Tiered storage and, like you said, the pricing around that. We want to make sure that we've got, top shelf, the best stuff on our crown jewels. Same thing for our alerting and monitoring. So our tier applications are used by our infrastructure teams and our security teams for all of their processes to be able to identify what is most important, what gets first dibs on limited resources, whether that's compute, human, time, whatever it is.
Got it. Yeah, so to summarize, higher priority means that in terms of both the proactive measures that you're taking and then the reactive post-incident recovery that you're doing, anything that is in that top tier, that's getting the most attention first, and then obviously in descending order from there. So I did also want to ask, does relying more heavily on cloud-based SaaS apps and off-site managed services, does that put you in any way in a better position for recovery when disaster strikes? Or does that strategy really ultimately come with its own particular challenges?
That's a great question. I love that. So whenever I'm asked about cloud and anything, you've just got to know that all that means it's in somebody else's data center, right? Mm-hmm. So you really don't know, even with really good due diligence and attestations and reviewing their SOC 2s, how well and how well they're going to continue to perform in those areas, because it's out of your view. So you're reliant on them to keep things up to date, and that's really kind of a blind spot for a lot of people who don't do their diligence in that area.
Yeah. Well, does that also then ultimately make it a challenge to incorporate whatever your cloud assets and cloud-based systems are into your overall assessment and prioritization process? Are there any extra steps that need to be taken in order to do that, or how does that work?
Yeah, actually, our intake process has a couple of different paths that can be taken, and we've got a whole set of questions that we ask and diligence that we do around those cloud providers. Mm-hmm. Many times, some smaller shops, when they're first getting up and running, will try to hand us over, an AWS SOC 2 report. And then we have to have those follow-up conversations on, well, this is a shared security model, and we really want to know what you're doing for your piece so that we can understand how secure our data is that we're going to be handing over to you. Okay.
Well, we're sitting here inside the Coronado Springs Resort Convention Center within the Walt Disney World property. And on your LinkedIn profile, you describe yourself as a Disney devotee. So just with the couple of minutes that we have left, I feel like I would be remiss not to at least ask you, Okay, just rapid fire here. Favorite Disney character, like the one that if you were walking through the park and the character like walks by, you got to get a picture with them. Favorite Disney attraction.
Well, the favorite Disney character, before you said walk through the park, I would have probably said Pascal, which is Rapunzel's little friend. I don't know why. I just like that little guy.
Okay.
But right now, we've got a new edition recently of Figment that you can go and get your picture.
Oh,
so the
yes.
purple dragon, purple's my color.
Yes.
So I really like Figment.
Figment is a great answer, actually. I was fortunate to see the original Journey into Imagination ride where he was created, which is still the best version of the ride.
Yeah.
So you gotta love Figment. Pascal, he's the lizard, the chameleon?
He's the
Is that what he is?
chameleon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the chameleon. Okay, very good. And favorite attraction?
Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger spin.
Oh,
So
interesting one. That's a
If
curveball.
you top out your score there, you can be a galactic hero. I've done it a couple of times, and I'm really proud of it.
All right, well, super fun. See, all right. Well, there you go. There you have it. That's Kim Alkire, System Director, Cyber Wellness at Health First. Kim, thanks so very much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. And for those who are watching today, just a reminder again to please check out SC Media and Security Weekly for continuing and ongoing both live and on-demand coverage of the InfoSec World 2023 conference. Lots more still to come and plenty to look through, so we'll see you all again later.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bill Brenner, Senior VP of Audience Content Strategy at Cyber Risk Alliance, parent company of InfoSec World. And day one of InfoSec World, a lot of great energy today, and I'm delighted to be joined by Stacy Koistra, and he's Chief Operating Officer and General Counsel for Dakota State University Applied Research Corp. Welcome.
Thank you, Bill. It's nice to be here.
So, busy time when we look at the threat landscape, when we look at things going on the policy side. Talk about what your core focus has been of late.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, and thank you for having me. So I guess where I would start in the threat landscape and the policies, really talk a little bit about what we're doing in South Dakota. So Dakota State University is one of 6 state universities, and it really has a cyber emphasis. It has 12 different programs, a lot of operations, a lot of things like that, and the university's goal, of course, is to produce highly qualified graduates, and often they graduate and they head to the coast, right?
Right.
And so part of our goal with the project that I'm involved in, the Applied Research Corporation, is an extension of the university, and it's basically focused on taking the Applied Research Lab, where they do that federal government contracting, and transitioning it off the state roles and into a corporate setting. Again, tax exempt by virtue of its affiliation with the university, but to basically increase efficiency and nimbleness to help us provide cyber warriors for the cyber threat landscape.
So talk about that, creating cyber warriors in light of where we're at right now. And if we look at topics being discussed in InfoSec World right now, AI is a big one, the for good and for not good parts.
Yes.
We're talking a lot this week about ransomware, about cloud security. So how do you prepare them?
Well, there's really a power triad that we're focused on that involves cyber, but also AI, and an increasing focus on quantum computing. And so, and I think about it from the cyber warrior context, maybe using that term a little loosely, but I'm still active in the military as well. I'm in the Air Force side, and so I have the opportunity in a part-time capacity to serve militarily, and then on the civilian side to help stand up this corporation, where we can take some of these graduates and really take almost a cradle-to-grave opportunity from our recruiting and admissions basis on the university side, bring them in and then keep them there, and at times send them to the East Coast, to the West Coast, wherever that may be, to develop a network, to develop the qualifications, but really building on that foundation of Dakota State's programs in computer science, AI, and artificial and cyber.
Very good. In terms of some of these topics that I just rattled off, where are your biggest concerns right now?
Well, I would share a lot of the concerns that are frequently talked about, right? AI, like you mentioned, using them for bad, using them for good.
Yeah, let's start there.
Okay. Yeah, I would say staying ahead of that, staying ahead of our adversaries, right? I mean, militarily, there's a common threat we talk about is China, right? Very, very capable. But the reality is there are pockets throughout the world and other places where you wouldn't expect them, where they're very, very good. And so it's one of those where we are really just focused on the collaboration with the 3-letter agencies, with the Department of Defense, to ensure as much efficiency and seamlessness as we can, not only in the training and the education, but also the employment.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but this morning's opening keynote, Rachel Wilson from Morgan Stanley, she spent a lot of time talking about North Korea and how North Korea essentially has made the theft of intellectual property from corporations part of their GDP.
Yeah.
When you think about the threat actors that and the cyber army that you're preparing.
Yes, sir.
Why not?
We'll take it.
I mean, let's call, But when you look at those things, does that match up with where your chief focus is? You just mentioned China. Russia always comes up, and always has, and always will. But when you look around the world, where are you getting the most heartburn?
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, in common military parlance, what you hear is the three things, right? China, China, China. But your point is well made. Whether it's North Korea, whether it's Russia, whoever it is, in our little piece of the world, what we're working on doing is providing and filling a need that the Department of Defense, in particular, has. And so, our lane, our mission is to produce those cyber capable research engineers, so that when proposals are requested from the Department of Defense, RFIs, RFPs are submitted, that we're there prepared to fulfill them, and to fulfill them, as prime contractors, as subcontractors. A lot of that will be driven by, big Department of Defense, big Army, big Air Force, big Navy, and as they identify the needs, and as we continue to broaden the capabilities and the programs that we have at Dakota State University, and we can transition them into the corporation, that we can meet those needs, and we can meet them in a cost-effective, timely manner.
Very good. Now, one of the things that I spend a lot of time focusing on in my conversations as developer of content here at CRA is we get a lot of feedback about a skills gap, a talent shortage, and you're right in the thick of it, trying to get people trained for this work. When you hear people talking about a lack of skilled security help, how does that square with what you're working to instill in the training that you're overseeing?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I would tell you that when I reflect on the project, or when we think about the project, it's driven by a vision, right? And Dr. Jose Marie Griffiths is the president of Dakota State University, and she has an excellent relationship with Governor Noem. And the Applied Research Corporation is a public-private partnership, and it is funded to provide secure space, right? In South Dakota, there is already a SCIF that exists on campus in Madison at Dakota State University, and this funding is to provide an additional larger facility in Sioux Falls, which I understand people may not know where those are. But they're within 45 minutes of each other, and so the vision is to fill those skills gaps. And again, Dr. Griffiths is one. She's one of the top 50 women in the world in the AI space, and so she is really dialed in. We have an excellent board of directors that's engaged in DC to be monitoring where those skills gaps are.
Yep.
And as a smaller university in South Dakota, there's a nimbleness that comes with that as well, to be able to develop the programming to meet those needs, and again, to put them to work as promptly as we can once they're available and trained, and continuing their graduate work up to the PhD level in the cyber operations program they have.
Very good. Well, I wish you every success.
Well, thank you.
And hope to talk to you again.
Anytime. I appreciate you having me.
We're always doing e-summits and webcasts, and would love to have you back for one of those.
Oh, well, I enjoy this kind of thing, and it's easy to talk about stuff that you believe in, right? And I believe we're on the right track. So thanks for having me.
Terrific. All right, everybody. Until next time, be well. Well, hello again, everybody. I'm Bill Brenner, and I am from Cyber Risk Alliance, and delighted to be joined by Victoria Foreman, a cybersecurity analyst for the government of Guam in their Office of Technology. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
So, I'm just going to launch right in. You're working hard.
Yes.
You are trying to assemble a team.
Correct.
Talk about what you're up to, where you are, where you're looking to take this.
Okay. Well, we just actually submitted our island-wide cybersecurity plan. So we did a collaboration with the whole of government approach to be able to kind of bring in experts that we have such a hard time being so far out remotely. And so with partnership with the National Guard, with the Department of Energy, with all these other agencies that we have, we're just trying to help kind of push things along and mature in our posture. What's very difficult, though, is because we're so far removed as well, they call us like the second chain of islands compared to like the Philippines. So we're like at the doorsteps of some serious advanced persistent threats. And it's a struggle to really try and keep up with everything on top of trying to upskill our employees, to try to bring more monies into the cybersecurity programs. And I'm just here to try to, raise some awareness and inform individuals that can possibly help us out on that side in that region. I think one of the things that's important to kind of mention too is that per capita, Guam actually has the largest enlisted veterans in the United States. So we have a lot of loyalty and patriotism, but yet our government struggles to try to kind of keep up with the times and the technology. So this platform here is wonderful for us to kind of help open up people's eyes as we're out there, and our island's about like almost 50% DOD. And then there's the rest of us, we just don't want to be forgotten.
Right. So talk about the platform.
Okay.
And specifically what you're trying to do from a user experience standpoint.
Well, we all know that the human element is probably one of the biggest threats too as well.
Yep.
And there's a need of some education. So we've also trying to partner with our local community college, which actually has a great program with Cisco, I believe, to kind of churn out some of these security educators. And then we have the University of Guam, and we work in partnership with them. So we're trying to create this pipeline going up from the K through 12 community college up to the university level to try to help kind of ease and build up our pipeline of workers over there. Because we understand that it's really difficult to bring in talent like the rest of the world is having. So we're having to try and figure out how to build it on our own island with our own resources. For the end user, I think when we start to see things in the news, everybody kind of gets a little shy, and they kind of, when they hear IT, they kind of feel like this is too much. Let's leave it in the hands of the IT departments. And I'm here to tell them that no, we're all a part of this. We all have our part in this. And just as much as I'm trying to educate you, you have to kind of also learn for yourself, because this also affects you too. One of the things that I've really enjoyed actually coming on, because I used to actually live in Pennsylvania, and then I moved back there because my parents they decided to retire there.
Yep.
And I've learned that it's a very tight-knit community. We have bleeding hearts. We love to help people. But I think it can be misguided sometimes when there is no understanding or education behind it. So trying to we do have DoD being able to help propel some of this education into our environment or into our workforce, but I don't know if it's enough necessarily. Because we're a territory, the grants that we get aren't as much as the state would get, or you know what I mean? So it's very difficult to try and help our IT departments kind of keep up with the times when we're dealing with so many legacy systems. And the users just want things faster now, and it's just in more demand. So there's several issues that I believe our IT departments are kind of like struggling with.
To the extent, we hear a lot in this industry about the difficulty of finding talent, of getting people interested in cybersecurity. And you actually hit on something important where you were talking about the attitude of that's the IT department's problem. Because security and IT, while they're intertwined, they're not, there are some stark differences. And so when you're trying to recruit, talk about, the challenge is obvious. Guam is remote.
We don't pay enough. It's the government.
Yeah. But talk about the things that you're trying to do to impress upon potential candidates that they should come to Guam.
Because we have such an interesting environment, it's great practice for all these professionals. We'd be a great platform to test your skills out, just to be able to kind of find APTs in our networks, to be able to deal, I'm dealing with the federal government in a lot of capacity, where it's our partners with the Coast Guard, the FBI, CISA. We work in close conjunction with them, and we're trying to be able to give our employees, as well as people that are interested, opportunities to kind of work with these entities, with their threat hunting teams, with their forensic training. So it's very interesting how we kind of see all the efforts that are being pushed towards our way, because I believe with the powers that be, they kind of understand how strategic Guam is in our area, and we're still trying.
You're in a dangerous part of the world.
We are, and it's scary.
Getting more dangerous all the time.
It is. I mean, Microsoft put that thing out with Vault Typhoon.
Right.
So, and we've been out in the New York Times as well as Politico, just kind of shedding some light on that. And if Microsoft had a hard time finding them, what about us?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to be
So how do you get past that? And it's okay if the answer is it's a work in progress.
It is a work in progress, but I'm really pushing this idea that we just can't do it alone. We really can't. I mean, our IT department only has 16 people. We service 40 line agencies. There's critical infrastructure there too as well. And that's critical infrastructure that DoD also relies on. So we're all beefing up our stuff to try to move forward. But we really do need some help. We need to be able to kind of come to a point where we can sustain ourselves until the cavalry arrives, because that's 8 hours away. It isn't like if we were in a different state and it's, hey, there's so many other professionals that are just down the street, the next state over, an hour away. So there has to be some sort of way where we can be able to mitigate properly and quickly in a short amount of time until the real help kind of comes along.
Well, I wish you every success.
I know, thank you.
Anything else that you'd like to add before we wrap?
I'm just grateful for my partners that I have to be able to kind of push these initiatives along too, because we're working with lawmakers, we're working with the National Guard, INDOPACOM, our federal partners. I couldn't have gone this far without their help. And I understand change is very difficult for people.
Yeah.
It is. And there is a lot of bureaucracy and some struggles. But I have high hopes that with the direction that we're going, we'll be able to at least build some traction and some awareness so that people can actually start to see we really do need to build up this part of the world, this second chain of islands, so that we can be more resilient should something come knocking on our door.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very important part of the world. And again, I wish you every success.
Thank you.
And thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, this is, I love what you guys are doing here. This is actually my first time here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that will do it for now. Rest assured, we will be back tomorrow with many more interviews.